All right. And we're back. All right. Echo. Kitty says hello. You'll see him as soon as the lights come back on. Trying to get back into the world. I tried to keep it in the same spot as I went to lunch, and it didn't really want to. Kitty says hi. Oh, Kitty. Yeah, I know. Oh, you're going to just settle right here. All right. Rescue the hostages. The presence is yet going to notice how we must secure the entrance. Did I go the wrong way? You're injured. We'll remove the fetters. Is there anyone else? We must hurry. The others are taken elsewhere by Sir Seminard. You can do the work of the Archbishop's former servants. On your guard, they've sounded the alarm. Look after this one. Now go. The hostage, Peter. We'll be able to ask. There's some way it all happened so quickly. Right, go that way. There they are. Let none escape. Kill him. I will hold him here. Alone you won't. Peter, stay with Sir Amrit. Stay, Peter. Happy cat in my lap. Aren't you, kitty? So, Semenov, lay down your arms and release the hostages, and you will be shown mercy. I give you my word. Ha! The words of a heretic and kinslayer. I would sooner trust a dragon. Activate the knights. We shall show the hostages the same mercy he showed the archbishop. Oh, knights. Ha ha! Isn't that right, kitty? Unlike you, Sir Emmerich, I'm a man of honor. By my hand you shall receive of the Fury's judgment. So just be a trial then, Lord Otternaw. Peter, leave us and save the hostages. I will deal with Sir Semenard. All right. Okay, noon. And the rest of come then, let's see who the Fury favors. Where am I going? Don't die, I beg of you. Let me do your bonds for you. Must be others nearby, but where? Praetor, Kinslayer, what sorcerer do you yet stand? Enough. All of you, attack. Face. You know, there's nearby. Come, Peter. Sir Emmerich needs our help. Well done, now let's finish this good sir. Come, my brothers. Fury is with us. I swear you will. One last ragged refugee. Freed the fetters. He took the belay. You must hurry. The priest took Malay upstairs when he saw you kill his men. Have no fear, child. You will save your friend. Let us go.
Where is he? Where is he? Come no closer!
Think this is gonna work, buddy? How do you think this ends exactly?
You have nowhere to run. Release the girl and surrender.
Preferably not over the edge.
Surrender to whom? The blasphemer who throws wide the gates to our enemy? Who breaks bread with him and calls him brother? Ungodly swine! I would sooner die than surrender to you.
All right. Well, put the girl over here on the countertop, and then we'll kill you because that's what you want.
Is it godly to spill the blood of an innocent child? To burn the homes of your brothers? Tell me, priest, is that godly?
Do not speak to me of godliness, heathen! Your father's blood is on your hands, as is hers!
Well, time to kill a priest, I guess. Save my dragon. There it is.
What? But I...
You are welcome.
Vidofne!
Well met, knight. Mayhap I chose an inopportune moment.
Oh, I think it was pretty good.
Not at all. Pray forgive us this most unworthy reception. We are honored to have you with us, and right glad of your aid.
Quite.
Fortune delivered the child unto me. I had but to receive her.
Quite
Thank you
wholesome
for
looking.
saving me.
Thou art welcome, child.
Vidofnir. Vidofar, Vidof, wherever you are.
Never did I think to be indebted to so unexpected a savior. But full glad am I to be so.
Nice.
Friend of Izel, warrior of warriors, I had hoped to meet with thee.
Well, here I am. Howdy.
I bear a message from my sire.
Oh.
From Freysfelder.
Upon returning to our lands, Nidhogg's shade did sing unto his brood. and they for skies unknown did then take wing. This thou must know, for your fates are inextricably bound.
What of Estinian? Is he truly lost to us?
Such matters are beyond my ken. I but bear my father's words. Take from them what thou wilt.
It'd be nice if we could save Estinian.
Fare you well, mortals.
So it is as they say, then. A great white dragon swooped down from the heavens to rescue an innocent child.
Quite.
A most
In the church, no
unexpected turn of events, but not an unwelcome one. The people will not soon forget this day.
Indeed.
Yet how will they choose to remember it, Sir Emmerich? And will these events serve to bring man and dragon closer together, or drive a deeper wedge between brothers?
A little of column A, little of column B.
After 1,000 years, the world these men once knew is changing, and with ungentle swiftness to boot. Though their actions are misguided, their sentiments are only to be expected. You may be sure that others will rally to their cause.
Quite.
I share your desire for a lasting peace with the Giovannians, I do. But I would not see it built on the bones of our countrymen, nor on our own. I see much of Horschiffon in you, and I could not bear to mourn the passing of another son.
Indeed.
Lord Edmund.
Right, Delphino. Now what should we do? This has been a day of surprises, is it not? 'Tis but a pity Blithednir could not stay longer. Vidofnir could not stay longer. Yes, I think it's fair to say that she timed her departure rather less well than her arrival. Well, scarcely did it justice. Well, time scarcely does it justice, but 1 moment later would have been a moment too late. Let us pray the Ishgardians, who yet harbor doubts, will take these events to heart, and accept the truth of Sir Amric's words. Well, 'tis only meet that I should inform Tartaru of what has occurred here. If you have need of me, I shall be at Four Thames Manor. Allow me to accompany you. Tartaru would never forgive me if I had left for the Rising Stones without saying goodbye. Bon. A moment, Pieter. I wish a word. Tell me, does Thancred seem quite well to you? It does seem kind of odd. Not sure how to put it into words, but... Ah, so you sense it too. A subtle change, imperceptible to most. I myself did not notice it at first, but upon closer examination, as though his etheric flow has been irreparably disrupted. As a result, I strongly suspect that his ability to manipulate aether has been compromised. Simply put, Thancred may no longer be able to wield magics. It would do much to explain why he chose to remain within the wilderness instead of seeking us out. He would have been compelled to rely solely on traditional methods of travel, significantly prolonging his journey. And when he learned that a nearby beast tribe was making preparations to summon a primal, it may have, well, seemed more sensible to wait. But this is still little more than speculation, until I have proofs Pray, speak no more words of it. All right, I'm pretty quiet as it is. Right then, I should be on my way. Kryl may have charmed Master Matoya for now, but who can say how long that will last? Quite. So as go light, so goes darkness. As Horton's guard. Welcome, Master Kurlinsk. Shall I show you inside the manor? Indeed, please do. Give me those goods off, you know. I saw the rewards for this mission were pretty awesome.
That Vidofnir should chance to arrive even as the girl fell. Truly, I could not have planned it better myself.
Quite.
Ah, good. We were afraid you might have left.
Yes?
A shield, my lord?
Fit for a true knight. An expression of our gratitude to you and yours. Long overdue.
I like the unicorn. He's like my steed. You realize I can't wield this, right? Wield? Whatever.
But there is something else I would discuss ere you part. Something which cannot leave this room.
Oh?
My father will soon step down as head of our house.
I see. Yeah, it doesn't sound
Sir
good.
Emmerich was not the only one to fall under suspicion following the death of the Archbishop. There are some who believe my father complicit in a coup d'etat.
Yeah, I also suspect.
Thus he intends to renounce his title to absolve our house of suspicion and secure the support of our peers.
Surely there must be another way to convince houses Durandare and Zamail.
So I said to him. Alas, he will not budge. Ever since I was a child, I knew that I would one day succeed my father. The thought of it filled me with pride. Yet once I learned the day was at hand, my heart was filled with naught but dread.
Yeah, you get that sense.
Our legacy is built upon the lies of our forefathers.
Yeah.
In accepting this title, am I not perpetuating this injustice? Why should I become the next count?
Because the other option's worse. Knight lives to serve.
You sound just like him. Aye, I suspect that is what Horchefon would have said. To aid those in need. When you look on that shield, I trust you will remember his words. And should I once more find my resolve wavering, I ask that you show me the way.
Yeah, we'll try.
You were a brother to Horchefon. Will you be a brother to me as well?
Yeah, if I feel like it.
Come, Manalaine. There's much to be done. For father, and for Sir Emmerich, and for Ishgard.
You don't like this option.
To think we share the same blood. Pray excuse us.
Duty and honor and all that rocks.
Those were the days of promises and vows, of tentative first steps into an uncertain future. A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never have foreseen. Born of good and evil, of light and darkness, and shepherded by our hand. Be it for weal, or be it for woe.
The memoirs of Count Edmond de Fortant, Seven's word, as goes light, so goes the darkness. This is thy proof, the Garin oracles, Apocrypha. It's a truth long. Our fates were ordained long ago, Archon. The Garleans are no exception, nor the Triad. You know what must be done. They're quite the boots. Got a tattoo. Is this Ida? Pants look like it. It looks like Palpamo. Here we are. Well, everyone has their orders. The masks will attack as soon as all units are in position. The Imperials won't know what hit them. I fear it will be bloody. My Ralgard had better be. We cannot stay here forever, Ida. We have our other responsibilities. I know full well what my responsibilities are, and I mean to fulfill them, every one. The plot thickens. As goes light, so goes darkness. Okay. Good deal. Summon the wind-up Honchefall minion. Thank you, dude. Primal earrings of healing. Primal choker of healing. Primal bracelet of healing. Ring of healing. I was waiting to share good tidings with you and Alfinol.
Alfinol, Peter, I've been looking all over for you. We received news regarding Fiamin, Hordy Builder, and Coltonnet.
Really? Has something happened?
Mm-hmm. No. It's nothing bad. Quite the opposite, in fact. It seems that once they learned the Scion's good name had been restored, they boarded the next ship bound for Limsa Laminsa. They should be arriving any moment now. It's easy to forget how useful link pools are, isn't it? When they work, I mean. If you don't mind being spied on.
Right. But what wonderful news. I think our reunion is close at hand. A pleasure to see you too, Alfinol. Tancred and Krile, I'll bring the two of you here. Krile and I have been looking into how we might track down Menphilia.
And we may just have found the answer. Yay!
Peter?
Peter?
That's the voice.
When you were fleeing Udan, Menphilia, you said that Hydaelyn spoke to her shortly before you parted ways, yes? Well, assuming that's true, and I see no reason to suspect it is not, it seems reasonable to conclude that Hydaelyn commanded her to remain behind. That is to say, the Mother Crystal directly interceded to guide Menphilia. Admittedly, this is all still quite hypothetical, but I propose that such intervention, however subtle, might surely leave some residual trace, a lingering disturbance in the aether, or a ripple, if you will. In order to establish the existence of such ripples, of course, we will require suitable data.
Fortunately, I know where such data can be found. The battleground where Pieter felled the ultimate weapon, and the site of my personal ignominy. 'Twas there that Hydaelyn interfered to shield him from the magic I invoked. Krile and I will infiltrate Castrum and analyze the aether within. The two of you, there alone. I've proven knack for subterfuge, and I'm confident there will be sufficient nooks and crannies in which to hide Krile where the patrols pass. Besides, if you and Pieter come along, you'll see to Falmon's grand homecoming. Well, when you put it like that, very well, I'll trust in your plan. I know not whether this data will yield a means to find Minfilia, but it will at the very least, eliminate another avenue of inquiry. Tataru and I will return to the Rising Stone to make preparations for our comrades' return. Might I impose upon you to meet them at the Limson Docks? Sure. Then I shall see the four of you at the Rising Stones. Safe travels. Request accepted. Okay, let's rush over here and say hello to Philemon. Oh, Pieter, how have you been? Come here, let me have a good look at you. Yep, you'll see me through this mask, right? I think the 12. One hears the strangest tales in Voidlands. I'm worried about you every day. All of you. We would have sent word sooner, but the Braves afforded us no opportunity. When they fell upon us in the market, it was all we could do to escape. Tataru found her way to you, of course, but we were forced to seek shelter aboard a Hanish vessel. Pains us not being there when you needed us the most, but we made the most of it, didn't we, Countenay? Studied and trained from dusk till dawn, we did. We would have sent word sooner, but we knew not whom to trust, and with this vast distance, and those dark days are behind us at last, I shall be glad indeed to return home and speak with my daughter. Yeah, we can't find her, actually. What do you mean she's missing? How could you let this happen? Forgive me. I'm sure you're doing everything in your power to find her. As Thancred must be, he watched over her from the first, long before me. And he will watch over her to the last. I shall pray for her safe return and busy myself in the meantime. For certainty, there's much and more to be done. The Braves must have bloodied us, but the path remains. The Braves may have bloodied us, but the path remains, and we shall not be swayed by it. May that's your spirit. To the Cheyennes, a long overdue reunion. Huzzah. Buh. Well, there you have it. To the Rising Stones. Something is afoot. The Empire.
Well done, sir. And with that, I believe we are ready to proceed.
Let us be about our business, then. The next patrol may not be so credulous.
Quite.
Why must you be so disappointingly brusque? You're not at all as Minfilia described, you know. I don't think you favored me with so much as a single compliment since we set out.
He was acting quite different.
Tell me, did your time in the wilderness sap you of all your charm? Or are you holding it in reserve for your beloved?
This is neither the time nor the place.
Well, call me old-fashioned, but when I'm risking life and limb infiltrating an Imperial castrum, I like to be sure of my comrades' motivations.
I see now where Alphino gets it from. Minfilia is dear to me. It is true. But not in the way you think. 15 years passed, when she was still but a child. There was an incident at a parade. A Gubu broke free of its fetters and ran amok through the streets of Ul'dah.
Gubu.
Had I been more attentive, I could have prevented it. But I was distracted, and her father was killed. I feared she would never recover. But in the years that followed, she showed herself to be more resilient than I had ever imagined. And when she learned of her gift, she did not flinch from the responsibility, but sought to guide others on the path. She touched the hearts of all around her. Mine, Louisoix, every science. In those dark days following the calamity, she was our guiding light, our hope for a brighter future. She had so many dreams, and I would give anything to make them come true.
And
my apologies. I can see she means the world to you. I did not mean to pick at old scars.
No harm done, I assure you. But fair is fair, my lady. What is Minfilia to you?
You mean you don't know? Only my dearest friend.
Probably because she wore an outfit that was so ridiculous it made yours look normal.
When I finally emerged from my torpor, I learned that nary a day had passed without her asking after me. She never gave up hope. And neither will I.
Then for Minfilia's sake, let us pray that these vestiges of Hydaelyn's intervention will lead us to her.
The Revenant's toe. It feels good to be home again. To think that everyone is waiting for us just beyond those doors, friends and family with whom we've shared so much. Gods help me, the older I get, the more sentimental I become. Come, let us not keep them waiting. Yeah, I don't mean to alarm you, but like a whole lot of people that lived here turned out to be traitors. I love that I have Enkidu with me. Elena, Femi, it fills my heart with joy to see both of you hale and healthy. And what of Higiri? She is well, though aboard on a mission at present. It was just... this wasn't the same without you. Welcome back, my lady. We could do with more of this around here. Heartfelt reunions with stalwart companions brings a bloody tear to the eye. To secret oneself home in a ship's hold to secure safe passage to a faraway land, this is a tale we know all too well. When they are well rested, I should like to seek a formal introduction. Well, why wait, my friend? Come, there's no time to be shy. Grant me a moment longer, at least. Though I'm happy to oblige you, my legs are less accommodating. Olkar went to the Seven Hills drove my little brother to come to Mordona. Why, you, brother, you and the Scions, of course. For 1,000 days I trained, and I might grow as strong as you, that I might fight alongside you. Yet now you are here, I sense you've surpassed me once more. No, don't tell me. You trained with the Hainish, did you not? Your eyes are not deceived, brother. I've studied the trials of the braves and drunk deep the souls of mine secrets, of mine enemies. Glad though I am to be home, I cannot help but think of those who have yet to return. Once we've settled in, I will join the search.
Been too long since I've seen them all like this.
Far too long. It was the chaos born of my foolish ambition that forced them all to flee. Though they are returned, there are others yet missing. Others whom we cannot forsake.
We'll find them up, I know we will. Minfilia, Ida, Palpimo, every last one of them. And when they walk through those doors, we'll be here to welcome them all home. And with me at the head of the queue, of course.
No. Western wheat. Good old-fashioned sesame cookie. Alright. Let's talk coffee now. Oh, something interesting is going to happen at the cave. Thangred and Crow contacted us a short while ago. It would seem that their foray into Castrum Mediadra, Meridianum, bore fruit. They asked that we rendezvous with them with Ishtola and Edelshire, where they will share their findings. Rude though it is to depart without speaking to the guest of honor, I expect she will forgive me if I return with her daughter. Proud and pointy-eyed. To Edelshire. My apologies. I am the last to arrive. So, what news have you for us?
Well, as we postulated, there are indeed what appears to be the remnants of an unexpected disturbance in the ether at the scene of the ultimate weapon's destruction, a ripple at odds with the presiding pattern. Though faint, the waveforms bore strong resemblance to those observed following the destruction of the Isle of Val, when I believe Heidelin shielded me from the blessing of light, or with the blessing of light.
To confirm our findings, we paid a visit to the Silde Aqueducts. There we detected the same waveform, but orders of magnitude larger, as one would expect of a more recent disturbance. That was the wrong voice, by the way.
Heidelin. There can be no other explanation. But there's more. When I studied the site where Ishtola used flow, it appeared that not 2 but 3 things had been affected. Yet unlike Ishtola and Thancred, there was no trail to follow. Our unknown third party was simply there and then not there. Now recall your vision of a vast crystal floating in a sea of ether. Though this too is but a theory, studies of gifted subjects suggest that when communing with Heidelin, we briefly leave our bodies behind. So let us consider the facts. 1. Heidelin interceded. 2. A third being was caught in Ishtola's flow and vanished without a trace. And 3. Heidelin may have the capacity to summon the consciousness of gifted individuals to her side.
You are implying, I take it, that Heidelin guided Minfilia into the compass of my magic, where she might summon her, body and soul, into the ethereal sea? In which case we must needs continue our search there, for a blessing that means to do so already exists. I speak of the Antitower, a Charlemagne construction conceived to provide scholars a vantage point over the ethereal sea. Though I know not where its entrance lies, we need only ask its last custodian, a contrary old crone who for another blessing refused to join the Exodus. Master Matoya was the keeper of the Antitower? I had no idea. Then our course is clear. We must petition her for aid once again. No. Alright, let's take care of this last thing. Maybe not even the last thing. Let's take care of this other thing with the Hildebrand mission. 'Twould seem we arrived too late. Inspector Hildebrand has already gone off on his own to confront the Grand Sirs. They came back briefly to trade jiggly shine for supplies and whatnot, you see, and the gobbies ear caught them trading tongue flaps about killing dragons in the Forelands. When the inspector learned about it later, he said he had to go after them right away and backtake Gigi. He said he had a duty, not as an inspector, but as a father. Oh, bugger that. He's got no obligations to the bloody mammoth, especially one that chose to leave of its own free will, as I recall. I swear, I turn my back on my boy for one bleeding second, he loses his goddamn mind. Yes, I'm afraid he might try to do something reckless. Don't you think we should try to find him and offer hand-lending? I'm rather more concerned about what will happen if the Grand Sirs attack, or worse, kill any of Hesfelger's blood. Or brood, or whatever. But first things first, I suppose. Pieter, would you be so kind as to assist Mistress Narshu and Julian in their search for the Inspector? I will pay a visit to Archmagus Quan's abandoned abode in the meantime. Oh, and before you think to refuse, know that you need not fear for my safety. Let us just say that our singular experiences together have inured me with the harsh realities of, well, reality. Could it be the scrawny little shite finally found his spine? Let's start by heading to Tailfeather. I reckon the Inspector probably went there first to ask after the Grand Sirs, and if we do the same, we're sure to catch up with him, eventually. Bon. So Tailfeather then. Bonnie and Folands. Hey there, at sunrise. A very misty sunrise. Right then, I say we split up and make inquiries separately. If you learn anything about the Inspector or the Grand Sirs or Gigi, come and tell me. Bon. Here we are back at the Hunters of Tailfeather. I think we're always talking to these people. Behind, maybe? Yep, there it is. It was from it. The Asgardians were the Marmot. They were here, proclaiming to all and sundry they were going to slay the greatest dragon of them all. The gods only know if the naive fools were serious. If the naive fools were serious. It's definitely a bad start. Three Tekken Slayers and a Mammoth, eh? I'd call you a mummer if I hadn't seen them come through earlier, boasting about how they were off to kill the biggest one yet. Okay, so that's two. A third one, maybe? Priorthe? Oh, those daft sods. Yeah, they were for Annex Trine. Not quite sure what their intentions were, but they were awfully confident. That much I recall. Well, Nashu, what did you find? What did you find out there, Nashu? Oh, I see. So the Grand Sirs were headed to Annex Trine. My dear boy wasn't far behind them either. What are we waiting for? Let's go, let's go! Sure. the hell do you do this? Usually ends up on the receiving end. Poor unfortunate soul bears a striking resemblance to Orland. It's quite firmly embedded in the earth.
Would you look at that? The inspector sure gave him what for?
Well, that may well be, but where'd the other two get to? Not to mention the Mehmet.
Oh, why did you pull him out and ask? Though having said that, it looks easier said than done. Oh, how silly of me. I'm sure you've got more than enough strength to yank him free, right, Peter?
Sure, why not?
Well, Aunt B is wearing some sort of magic mask that makes him look just like the inspector. Oh, just like that man of 1,000 faces back in Ul'dah.
No, that's Hildebrand, all right. There is no fool in a mother's eyes. So what troubles my beloved son got himself into... I say, what trouble has my beloved son gotten himself into this time? Aren't you going to wear some pants or something, dude?
Why, hello there, Lord Godbert. I'm Inspector Kerr. How did you two end up traveling together?
A blind fortune, you might say. I was too far from Tellfeather when night began to fall, but fortunately Lord Godbert chanced to find me, wandering in the wilderness. Lord Edmund told me all about the recent trouble of the Gurnsirs, as well as Hildy's investigation. And a father cannot help but take an interest in his son's affairs, now can he? As for me, I was eager to share with you my latest findings, namely, Archmagus Quan's research notes. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, I have not slept like that since I was buried in the Lich Yard. Well, I must confess no small measure of embarrassment to be found in such a state, having been so unceremoniously disposed of by the Grandsires. But ignominy notwithstanding, I'm most grateful for your succor, and pleasantly surprised to be reunited with you all.
Oh.
This wouldn't have happened if you'd waited first instead of... Wait, why in the hell were you still wearing that rubbish? An impenetrable disguise is essential when consorting with the criminal elements. Alas, 'twould seem the Grandsires have grown more perceptive in their newfound youth.
Wait, do you mean they've already regained their youth? What about Gigi? Did you see him? Was he behaving strangely?
Now that you mention it, his warm, soulful eyes were rather more pointy than I remember.
But a fairy, not pointy. According to Archmagus Quan's notes, it's a sign Gigi has used too much magic. If he carries on like this, his aether will be expended, and he'll end up not more than an empty husk.
This is terrible news. We must catch up to the Grandsires at once.
Do you know where they might be headed? All I heard was they were keen to slay dragons.
They are bound for the churning mists, a place called Zenith, to kill the great worm Nidhogg.
Yeah, Nidhogg's already dead.
Really? That all happened. I meant the other one. Westfelga.
Westfelga, if you would take me, what could they possibly hope to achieve?
That's a big problem. We rather like here, Stelger.
Everyone wishes to entreat your aid in a matter of great import. And we can get Gigi or Vivi. Dang it, Hildebrand, you got me doing it. We can get Vivi as a minion.
I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, do hereby ask you all to aid me in rescuing my son and putting a stop to the Grandsires' machinations.
You know, there's really no need for all that. We came because we wanted to help. I, Nashu, faithful assistant, maker of explosives extraordinaire, do hereby present to you this fresh change of clothing.
Capital. I knew I could count on you, Nashu. I shall change en route. Come, my friends, to Zenith and to Gigi.
My word, you are an idiot, aren't you?
cannot do that one yet. And that one. And that one. Dang it. Edelshire. I got this. No problem. Time to go to the Dravanian hinterlands. We're going to the Wild Bull yonder. Architect. I have to be a dancer to do this mission. Master, allow me to explain. He came out of nowhere and attacked with a knife. I had no choice but to shoot. Don't worry, we've met these people. I know you're telling the truth. Illuminati. He is not from the goblin settlement we seek. Somehow, I am relieved. His savageness reminds me of the One Mind. I am worried all goblins were like him. I was taken aback by his face. It was so... Never mind. Perhaps it is best not to say. Oh, what a surprise. Well, what secrets have you come to extract from me this time? Though it pains me to admit that your words strike close to the mark. We humbly ask that you grant us entry into the antitower, that we might use it to seek a friend who we believe has been transported into the ethereal sea. And who told you I could do such a thing, I wonder? The tower was abandoned to its magical keepers 15 years ago. They have the run of the place now. If that is no deterrent to you, then by all means. Is that all? I felt sure you would seek to dissuade us from our course, given your role as custodian. Role? Hardly. The Forum foisted that title on me. During the Exodus, every entrance to the Antitower was sealed, save one. My role consists of making sure no one with ill intent sneaks through it. Such was the Forum's final order to me. Well, I can remove the wards right now. Are you going in or not? We will, Master Betoya. We'll do whatever it takes to find Minfilia. We'll see about that. You, proudest young girl, you're staying here with me. I need your help to restore the wards to their original state. The rest of you can go, on the condition that you clean up the mess in the tower. If you encounter any unruly familiars, you're to tend to them. Those are my terms, and I'll hear no argument.
Well, it appears the mistress has spoken. Lead the way, Peter. Sure, we'll dance our way through here.
The Antitower is now accessible. The regular duty has been added to the duty finder. So I'm going to try to get everything I can done before doing any of these missions.
Behind you up under massive crawly bug armed with deadly weapon.
Actually, this is my friend. Will you help him?
Not crawly bug, but walkie bug. Seems gobby metalworkings. Happy to oblige we are, but Slowfix is not the gobby with whom uplighters should trade tongue traps. Seek dry docks.
Dry docks? What purpose does one have with a name like that? Well, you see, he has trouble with lubrication.
Uplander needs hand lending. Dry docks never tires of giving out busy tasks. Oh, a walkie bug. It's been many years since Dreadnought saw your kind.
I call myself the Deft Arm. I am an adventurer, just like Master. You have met walkie bugs like me before.
Before founding Free Nation of Edelshire, Gobby traveled far and wide. When Drydocks was small Gobby, walkie bugs wielding boomsticks attacked our tent rig.
I see. It must have been the one mind that attacked you. But I mean you no harm. I've come to befriend the goblins. But I did not expect you to be such strange-looking creatures.
Whew. Did Drydocks ear catch walkie bug right? Cannot tell skull from shitty parts. He tells Gobbies look strange.
My apologies. I did not mean to be rude. Oh, Slovik tells me you can make muskets. Very good muskets. Muskets are what we need, like this one.
Rocky Bug want broomstick like this one? Even Baby Gummy with Blindy for can craft better broomstick. Boomstick. For Jingly Shine, Drydox who crafty build best broomstick. Gives word bomb.
Jingly Shine. I know not what this is, but I do not have any. I come to offer my services in exchange for boomsticks.
No Jingly Shine? So Lucky Bugs want boomsticks as quest prize. Very well. Collector's Quarters is filled with debris. If Daft Arm wants boomby sticks, Daft Arm must go and clear away.
I decline. Clearing away rocks is no duty for an adventurer. Adventurers fight monsters, procure items of great worth. No, I've had far worse requests than this one. I can't tell you how many times I've collected poop. Adventuring not supposed to be glorious. I thought it was supposed to be glorious. But you are right, Master. I am fortunate to have been given a task to perform. Clearing rocks is a worthwhile duty.
Uplander, can Drydox trust you with check work? Make certain that Rocky Bug clears Collector's Quarters with fastness.
Sure, I can be a supervisor. I'm actually better at doing work myself, but whatever. If Master has done part simple task like this on his own, I can do it too. Actually, it's okay to ask for help. I'd be willing if you needed it. It is no use. It will not budge, and my arms are tired. Perhaps a snack will rejuvenate me.
Drydox grows impatient and comes to check work. What is this stinky, sweet smell? It makes Drydox's belly do whirly turns.
There are Nanka eggs, succulent and juicy they are. Would you like one? Here.
Yes, but first, Drydox must remove mask. No sneaky peekers. Tasty fresh like party and mouth without gubby fluck invited. More stinky eggs.
Perhaps we can alter the deal. If you craft boomsticks and metalworks for the VAP, I shall bring you more Nanka eggs. Mountains and mountains of Nanka eggs. What relief that the goblins enjoy the same taste as we. Let us return to the storyteller right away. Make the final arrangements. Sure, seems like a pretty good deal. The tail feather.
Is it snowing? Maybe it's ashing. The Death Arm is not here. Did you not see him on the main road? This bodes ill. He acts strangely lately. We worry he may have strayed to heed the whispers of the One Mind. Be wary of the Death Arm, Hunter. Our connection to the One Mind has been sundered. Let all Vaths have a lingering link to the One Mind. Please, have a stronger link. Some have a stronger link than others. We must have seen his struggle with the whispers, as we have. The One Mind's thoughts against his. It is like 100 voices humming in unison. He is overwhelmed and cannot act. To truly be free from the threat of the Overmind, his sense of self must be powerful enough to overcome their whispers. If he doubts his purpose, the link may grow stronger. If he forgets himself and return to Loch Askna. But we cannot let that happen. He is our brother. He is Vath. The One Mind must be beckoning him toward their hive. He cannot have gone far. Great Hunter, you must bring him back to his senses. Sure, I can do that. Yeah, I think it's ashing. Like 4 in the afternoon. And it looks, oh man. Storms. A dust storm of some kind. Chat modes say, keyboard is often say Deft Arm. Deft Arm. Yes, that is who I am, the Death Arm. I am an adventurer. But what am I doing so far from the colony? I must hurry back at once. Well, I saved him, I guess. Oh, can't do that one. Fine. I spoke with the storyteller. He explained what is happening to me. That is why I'm losing my way, about why I struggle against the One Mind. I am sorry for staying silent, Master. I thought I could overcome this on my own. I thought if I declared my purpose, the voices of the One Mind would vanish. Instead, they have grown louder. Well, my mind is full of questions, heavy questions. I fear many things, but I fear losing myself the most. I know. Perhaps the One Mind still calls me because my purpose is not strong enough. I must do whatever it takes to become a capable adventurer, accept more tasks on my own, reap more rewards. Then the One Mind will whisper, no longer.
Travel quest complete. How to become self-actualized. Poor existential crisis. Goblins of Edelshire are now clients of the Adventurers Guild. Not bad. Reputation up. Reputation has become respected. Now new quests are available. The additional quest was accepting all daily quests of Keen Eye. This is a wider selection of wares for the Vast Stuck Peddler. Welcome back, Bait Hunter. Was our journey successful? Did you find herb sprouts? Here are the herb sprouts I found. Yes, this will do nicely. Now, what did the fleshling say to do? First dry them with fire shards, like so, then chop into fine pieces, and there, it is done. All that remains is delivery. Might I ask you to take them? They're herbs. We think it better they receive packages from one who understands this smoke breathing. The order was for 2 hunters, Leopard and Grimwolf. They complained their shipments took much too long. They are still waiting, always waiting. Please hurry. We fear they will grow irritable if we take too long. All right. I need to check and see what their wares they have available are. Ugh, the Seven Hells has taken them so long. Oh, you there. You wouldn't have to be coming from Lothfast Bath, would you? In fact, I am. Here's some weed for you. Oh, you're a lifesaver, truly. As we think they'd forgotten. Truth be told, the stock isn't very good, but beggars cannot be choosers. The merchants who pass through here could easily charge 3 times as much for something only marginally better. Good day to you, sir. What brings you to Tailfeather? I have your weed for you. Oh, the herbs I ordered from the Vath. What a welcome surprise. Goodness knows, it's practically impossible to find anything like this out here. It's been a while since I've seen anything. None of us have had anything to ease the nerves after a long day of hunting. Welcome back, great hunter. Excuse us. We are curious about the smoke breathing and wish to try it. Learning new fleshling customs is usually helpful, but we are not so sure this time. Smoke is too smelly. Yes, much too smelly. It clings to clothing and shell and incites terrible coughing. Perhaps we use too much smoke. We are not sure. We must remember to warn hunters of terrible smell and coughing. Mithrite, hard silver, armregus, titanium, black firestone, brimstone, gissel greens, silkus bud. It's just attack potential. Melee potential. Maximum HP. Enmity. Oh, we can get a wind-up bath. Oh, we gotta get one of those. Huh. We have gissel greens as well. Now wind up bath. That's excellent. I love that. That's fantastic. Okay, what else? Block Copper Gill Exchange. 21. Get some more ventures. Peace of mind, definitely need to get that. Oh, this is kind of crap. $25 is not quite enough. Okay. Do some more of these missions.
Thank goodness you are here. We have received a request from Tailfeather, and we fear only you can complete it. They ask for a special paste and loam, and these are not found in Lothlet Abath. No, only the colony is what they seek. Please do a sneak into the colony and take it from us. For 3 bags of each should be all we require. Be warned, Great Hunter. The Nath have strengthened their defenses. We tried to sneak in, but there are many too many guards. It'll be difficult to enter with so many guards on patrol. Yes, very difficult. Lately, the convictors invest much of their gil in construction of larger cannons. They are not satisfied with their performance. They're not satisfied at all. To fire a single round 3 times the normal amount of fire sand is required. This is much too much. We offered to help our friends find a better alternative. So, between commissions, we spent much time experimenting. Finally, success. We created a new fire sand mixture, much more potent than the old. But there is a problem. During our research, we exhausted our supply of some essential components. We need 3 bags of red sand from Avalana Fallen and 3 pieces of deadwood from the smoldering wastes. Please, great adventurer, can you go and fetch them for us? Adventurer, your timing is most fortuitous. The Convictory has sent us a request. They ask for their special shipment of Silverdew. Please go and collect 4 sprigs of these precious plants for us. Silverdew is plentiful in Avalana's Fallen. However, take heed. Recently, the One Mind has been driven into a frenzy. Many have been observed harvesting these herbs. They will not take kindly to your presence. Okay. He is late, much too late. Oh, Fleshling, perhaps you can help. The Firewalker was to deliver a cart of goods to Edelshire. He is taking too long. We fear something has happened. Please, perhaps something to do with the Overmind. Our link to the One Mind was very faint, like a whisper. Very hushed, very quiet. The fireworker's link to the One Mind is not so quiet. He may grow confused and forget himself. He may once return to the One Mind. Please travel south toward the hinterlands and search for him. If he does not see himself, call out his name. He must not forget who he is. Why are goblins always so hungry? When they speak to us, they only speak of food. They are always sending them Namka eggs. This is never enough. Now they come to the forelands scavenging for more. They are a gluttonous source. Yes, very gluttonous. They say freshly caught Namka eggs taste best, so they are always by the river. They are not eating Namka eggs, they are scavenging. Now, they complain about bugs constantly biting them. The river attracts bugs with nasty bite. They insist on staying, asking for a repellent to keep the bugs away. Will you take the repellent to them? We say take, but we need only spray them with our Clamato. One spray and they should stay safe. Bugs hate our repellent very much. They can find the goblins down by the southern end of the Wolden Colony. Ah, great hunter. I could not have asked for a more qualified fleshling. And a group of hunters came from Edelshard not long ago and have need of your skills. They seek treasure in the ruins of Annex Shrine. The land surrounding the tower has many artifacts, very old, very ancient. The hunters requested an escort, but they are too hasty. Yes, much too hasty. They have gone ahead to Annex Shrine. We fear they may be in danger. A fleshling of your caliber should have no trouble finding them. They should be 4 hunters. Yes, please go and make sure they are all safe. The Kenai told us you will be spraying the goblins. The repellent is loaded and ready. Be gentle with the Gogomoto. They are good mounts, but very tasty. And always gentle. Yes, very gentle. Where's our Gabby? There's our goblin scavenger.
Bugs are gone. No more scratchy bites. Thank you, Uplander. Well, Uplander takes spray to the river. Gavi flock is searching for Nankan eggs, but bugs are everywhere. Hard to work with so many scratchy bites.
Sure, I can head to the river for you. No problem. Actually, slight problem, but I'll do it.
Oh, the buzzing has stopped. Thank you muchly, Uplander. Now we can gather eggs in peace. The nibble bugs, they're leaving. Now we can have lots of Nanka eggs. Soft, sticky Nanka eggs.
We took care of the bugs for them. And to grab some silver here then. Silver do over here.
Give now listening, a guy will stand.
All right. So we're gonna grab some more silver then.
Sir,
Vile Frestling, how dare you steal our due? I see some more silver due over there. And some more stuff to do over this way. Hey there, Fur Walker. Thank goodness you have come. We were startled by a low-flying wyvern, and the cart toppled over. Now our jars are everywhere. So messy, so very messy. The king I sent you to help carry jars, yes? Well, it's actually to make sure you weren't turning traitor. Return to the One Mind? Never. With so many broken jugs, however, returning home also seems unpleasant. The Kenai will be angry. Yes, very angry. I think a few jugs may still be in one piece, and we deliver the unbroken ones. Will you retrieve them for us? Yes, we must go and get them. But the dragons, they will wait here and return to the cart. Time to collect these jugs. They are nice jugs. Very important that we take care of these nice jugs. Good, very good. Still more jars, yes. If I deliver more jars, perhaps the Kenai will not be so angry. We bring back one more. And the black slimy eggs have spilled through the cracks of the broken jar.
It's a black slimy eggs to spill through the cracks of the broken jar. Some black slimy eggs have spilled through the cracks of the slimy jar.
Thank you, Fleshling. The goblins of Edelshire are expecting many Nanka eggs. Yes, many eggs. We only have 2 jars, but this should be plenty. The Kenai will be furious, though. He may try to remove us from the guild, if we will lose purpose. The Kenai was worried about the Naft. Yes, afraid that we return to the One Mind. Would you tell him we were attacked, and you saved us from the One Mind? The Kenai trusts you very much. Yes, very much. He would believe you if you told him. Twitch slowly back to Lothbath and think of a great story. We will finish our delivery to Edelshire.
Yeah, sure, I'll lie for you. This treasure hunter. I've struck it rich. Wait till the others see this. If you're an escort from Loth Astvath, I'm afraid you've wasted your time coming. Haven't had a spot of trouble all day.
Well, that's good, I guess.
Woeful treasure hunter. You think you'd ask for the overgrown antlings? Oh, really? I was hoping for a bit of action, to be honest, but there's nary a dragon to be found, and sadly, no treasure. Sure hope the others are having better luck. Those treasure hunter. Ah, wait, you're that escort, aren't you? Thank the 12. Told the others that you should have waited. It'll be fine, they said. What's the worst that could happen, they said. I'll tell you what, dragons, and lots of them. They've been chasing us all day. When will we get out of here, I swear what's that? Are they gone? Whew, thanks for coming when you did. You're a lot tougher than the Vath made you out to be. The others are probably still looking for treasure, but between you and me, I'd rather find a way out of here. Time to obtain some red sand and deadwood. That should be easy enough, right? Hey, look, it's red sand. And there's more over there. have left is to gather this dead wood, and then we can report all of our stuff back. Here's our deadwood branch to start with. Welcome back, Great Hunter. Were you able to find the special paste and loam? Here you go. This is it. You have done well. Yes, very well. These are special food reserved for elite soldiers of the One Mind, but fleshling hunters seem to misunderstand their purpose. A paste was given to chocobo chicks for rearing. We will not be allowed to eat this paste. It is said to be very nourishing. I suppose chocobo chicks will benefit from its nutrients. The loam is the most nutritious of all. Yes, very nutritious. We find it strange hunters will use this for planting geishel greens rather than eating. The fleshlings call it by another name. Manure, was it? We cannot remember. Still, we thank you, Great Hunter. When next task comes, great task, we will be sure to call. You have returned. You bring red sand and deadwood. Here you go. After your long journey, you must be keen to know more about this process. You see, red sand, when combined with charcoal produced from this redwood in the precise ratio, how foolish of us. It is not our place to share such valuable secrets, even with a friend. We will only say the resultant compound has the ability to increase the explosive power of sire sand. You look surprised, like mighty hunter. You should know best that of all the ingenuity in this product, this is the greatest byproduct of individuality. We can accomplish much by continuing to explore the world around us and trading our newfound knowledge with your kind. All right. You'll finally returned to have our silver due. Here you go. Oh, they are beautiful. You, on the other hand, appeared much more disheveled than when we last spoke. Did you cross paths with our one-minded brothers? Their obsession with this herb is very concerning, Great Hunter. We fear they intend to wage war on the dragons with it. If we are correct, our one-minded brothers will not stop until the land is stripped of all silver dew. We can ill afford this to happen. Were they to vanish, our guild would crumble to dust. Our sanctuary walls would soon follow. We must begin cultivating our own to prevent this from ever coming to pass. Of course. So we were right. One mind tried to claim the Firewalker. Thank you for saving him. Sadly, the Firewalker is not the only one with a stronger link to the One Mind. The links will fade with time, but we must be careful. Yep, I'm lying. I'm lying for Jesus. It helps. Welcome back, Great Hunter. The goblins should all be all right for now. If they, I'll have their fill of Nanka eggs. Maybe someone will be able to ask for something else. We'll never seem to get full. Always eating. Then again, more goblins visiting both Lost Astvak will mean fewer dead deliveries to Edelshire. We can trade goods here instead. This must not be so bad after all. Welcome back, Great Hunter. Did they find what they were looking for? We still do not understand why they consider such things to be treasure. It is old, much too old. Anything they find will have stopped working a long time ago, risking their lives for long-forgotten junk. Fleshlings are such an odd sort. Yes, very odd. Perhaps someday we too will come to understand the use of old, derelict things.
Yep, maybe. We'll see. Hey, I picked up something from that. Cool. Alright, well, let's see here. Well, let's go to Mogholm then. Hey there, Vidofnir. Vidaf wherever you are.
Thou hast discharged thy duty admirably, child of Mogholm. And greetings to thee, warrior of warriors. Thou dost have my gratitude for thy hasty arrival. I have bid thee hence to some all to aid in the quieting of these sacred grounds. When Nidhogg did meet his end, his minions quit the slopes of the mountain, and its once tranquil passages have become home to all manner of beastly intruders, and worse, the fires at the core of Son all rage and swell, as if roiled by some unwelcome parasite. The spirits of our fallen will find no rest until this disturbance is calmed. Thus would I have thee descend into the mountain's depths and sweep clean some all's stony halls. Would that I could perform the deed myself. Alas, my girth prevents ready passage through the caverns leading unto the mountain's molten heart. Wilt thou accept this charge I lay upon thee? Though thou art generous of spirit, child of man, know that I shall not sit idly by whilst thou toilest within. Those winged nuisances whose screeches rend the air above the summit will soon learn of my displeasure.
Cool. Go get him. I scarcely hope Vidofnir never thinks of me as a winged nuisance. Anyway, good luck in there, Peter.
So Malhard is now accessible. I have a new regular duty. Quite hazy. Alright, let's do this freaking fate. of other people. Try. Make ready, my friends. The final battle with the Grand Sirs is at hand. It would seem my wounds are more seriously than I thought. I fear I'm in no condition to confront our foes. There's but one thing that could restore me to my former indomitable self.
Oh, don't worry. I've got some salamander oil right here. Shall Mummy give her baby boy a massage?
Oh, my dearest Mummy. Mother dearest, I would not impose upon you. Not when my ever loyal associate, Pieter, stands ready to minister my muscles.
Don't tell me you're embarrassed. Let Mummy take care of her little Hildy's hurts.
My dear wife, I know you mean well, but let Pieter handle it. I can personally testify to the healing talents of his strong yet tender fingers.
That is the way of it. I'm counting on you, Pieter.
Let us brook no further delay. Come, my friend, coat my body in oil, as you've done many a time before.
This is actually the first time I've done this.
Why do you hesitate? Have you not done this time and again? Oil me up, man.
I don't actually think I've done this before.
Oh, it soothes my aches and pains. Quickly now, knead it into my flesh. Knead it, as you've never kneaded before. Such furious kneading. I applaud your enthusiasm, but mayhap I urged you to excessive force. Nay, you are in the right. Already the gentle warmth begins to spread throughout my body. The fires of righteousness burn anew in my breast. Hold, my son, for your passion is renewed. You may yet be spurred to greater feats of Mandervillian strength. derived from the purest essence of salamanders, the ancient legacy of House Manderville. Salamanderville, to you, my beloved son. Now become a proud father, I bequeath to you the most sacred of oils. Salamanderville. Could it be the legends were true? Your muscles shall shine with the brilliance of 1,000 suns. No mortal man will have the power to do you harm. Verily it is so, for by its grace did I once weather the slings and arrows of a bandit horde, and bring my hammer of justice to bear upon their wicked heads. The time has come, Peter. Take this oil and help Hildy become the Manderville man he was always meant to be.
Pretty wacky stuff.
I'm ready for my final oiling, Peter.
Salamanderville it is.
Oh, the Salamanderville. How it flows into every nook and cranny. Oh, quickly now, lay your hands upon me. Message me, massage me with all of your might.
Okie dokie.
Yes, that is the spirit. I can feel it building and rising. Rising.
Please don't get too much rising involved.
Such passion, such fervor. I am the inferno unbound, the tempest unleashed. But I have not yet begun to pose.
Okie dokie.
I am a Manderville man. That Salamanderville is... Oh, my word, I've never felt so alive. Such vibrant colors, such intense sounds, such fragrant smells. Mother, Father, Peter, 'twas your oils and your strong yet tender fingers which opened my eyes to the glory of creation. I am a gentleman inspector, reborn. Onward, to Zenith. No matter the laws of nature they prevent or the limits they break, the Grand Sirs shall do naught to stop me.
Okie dokie.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Let us all go together then. To save, what's his name? Valger? I think that is his name. Something like that. You know, I could hop on my dragon and get to the top in a hurry, but sure, let's walk. Oh.
Well. Epic music time. Oh my. It does look pointy. Grand Sirs, I have come for my son.
Oh, must we do this now? We have a dragon to slay.
There's no need for any of this. The war is over.
But not for long. The worm's death will give rise to a new era of fire and blood, and we, having consumed his eyes, will use our new powers to win untold glory on the battlefield. Our legends will echo in eternity. You would doom countless innocents for glory.
No, I will not allow it. over my dead body. Far be it from us to deny you, then. This is the end for you. The ultimate end. What? Oh. Ow. There. Oh. No, my love. Have faith, my love. Here's our son. Oh. Gigi, my beautiful beloved boy, pray do not look upon me with such pointy eyes. Let Papa Hilde take you home to our gazebo.
Stop calling me that. My name is Vivi. Bibi. I remember everything. My powers, my purpose, my grandpapa Quan. I made them young again, but it is not enough. I need more. I need the worm's eyes, and then I can finally bring him back.
I'm sorry, Gigi, but you cannot. Grandpapa Quan is gone.
He's right, Gigi. Mayhap you could restore his corporeal form and breathe life into it. But his soul, what made him your grandpapa, is forever beyond your reach. That is not true. I can restore anything to its ideal form, to the way it should be. Even Grandpapa Quan, even you, Papa Hilde.
Please, Gigi, you have to stop. If you keep using your power, you'll die.
I do not understand. Your clothes are still dirty and tattered.
Yeah.
Oh.
As they should be, Gigi. For my every waking moment is as the gods intended. Every day I live life to the fullest. Every day I enjoy grand adventures.
I found your grandpapa's research notes. What he gave you wasn't the power to make things the way they were. He gave you the power to change the world, to make things the way you yourself believed they should be.
That's why your magic have no effect on the Inspector, because you know, in your heart, this battered and bruised form of his is, in its own way, right.
Why, that's exactly, Inspector Kerr. It is for this self-same reason that you were not able to make Grandmaster Quan younger. In your heart, you knew there was naught that needed to be changed. Your beloved grandpapa was exactly as he should be. Your every day was to be treasured and worthy of celebration.
Mm-hmm.
Then what about the Grand Sirs? Why was they able to make them young again?
All you truly knew of them were the stories they told, wonderful tales of daring-do by heroes in the prime of their lives. It's no wonder you're able to envision them as such.
That's all they ever talked about when they were young and free and full of fire.
At first, Archmagus Quan didn't understand the true nature of your abilities. He struggled to deduce why you could not make him younger as he originally intended. Eventually, he realized that your fond memories of him were preventing you from conceiving of him as anything but an elderly creator. And that's the only way to achieve his goal would be to take them from you. But you were all he had left in the world. No longer a mere mammoth, but a friend. His only family. His grandson. He could not bear to lose you, so he renounced his quest for immortality.
But I still lost my memories in the end.
He was afraid of leaving you alone in the world, afraid of all the others would attempt to take advantage of you and your magics. So before he died, he decided to take your memories from you after all, to protect you. But despite his best efforts, something remained. Something stronger and more powerful and more resilient than anything Archmagus Quan ever dared dream. You were never broken, Gigi. You were never abandoned. All he wanted was to set you free. A lot you're gleaning from the notes there.
Free. Free to do what? Whatever you like, Gigi. Don't you see? That was his final gift to you. A new life, a new story, all your own.
This has all been very, very touching, but we're not getting any younger. Well, you aren't at any rate. We have suffered your meddling long enough. I had intended to use this trap to kill the worm, but since you're so perfectly positioned... That's not good. Ah. Ugh. Ah. 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 Go get him, BB.
I am Bibi, grandson of Archmagus Quan, and Gigi, son of Hildebrand, Hildiard, Maximilian Mandel. And this is my story.
And all is as it was. Yeah. Oh. What is going on? Hmm? Appears it's still up there. Oh. 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 Yeah. Oh. Oh. I think this may be the end of this particular story. It's like it never happened. With the last of his strength, he turned back the hands of time. Not just for the pillars, but for us all. He made us all what we once were, as we were meant to be. After that gallivanting about it, I get bugger all. What about my misspent youth? I was not meant to be this bloody old. Such a fine day. Never have I squatted in such perfect form. And we yet have reached my physical peak. You what rot. At your age, you old daft sot, you look foolish. You should be grateful. Kiki saw what you'd become and gave you a second chance. That was our second chance. To relive our glory days. It was all rather silly, though, wasn't it? Maybe Quan had the right of it. Maybe it's not so bad growing old. I was a coward when I was young. But now that I'm old, I'm not afraid to say things like, I love you, Doris. Oh, blind, bloody fool, Conspert. Was this I always read? I say, am I dead again? Quite alive, Inspector, along with everyone else, thanks to Gigi. The Grand Sirs are also in our custody. That's my boy. Where's the little tyke anyway?
Gigi embarked on a grand new adventure. He is no longer with us.
I see. If that is what he wanted, then I could not be happier for him. I'm sure Archmagus Quan would feel the same way.
What do we do now, Inspector?
Say hello to the kitty. Is it not obvious, Nashu? The wide, wide world beckons to us with the promise of mystery and wonder. We shall resume our never-ending quest for cases perplexing and profound, and perhaps one day we shall meet the young Gigi again. Yes.
Yay!
I have to admit, this whole mess got me thinking that maybe it wouldn't be so bad if I really did have a grandson. You did right by Gigi, Hildy. Your father and I can see that. We're proud of the man you become.
And I am proud of you too, Mother, for finally coming to terms with the ephemeral nature of physical beauty and allowing yourself to age gracefully.
Gracefully, was it?
I fear we may have a failure to communicate. And off goes Hildebrand. His next adventure. Oh my goodness. Through the rock.
Oh, there he goes again. Wait for me, Inspector. Wait!
Hark, what curious light I spy in far eastern skies, and this, oh so familiar scent which fills my nostrils. Do I smell a case? Worry not for me, my friends, for wherever the wronged want of succor, I, Hildebrand, shall be there. Till we meet again.
It's beautiful. Everything about Hildebrand is beautiful.
Vivi is now but a broken doll.
I say, you do know how long. You know, so long as the core remains intact, little Gigi is not actually dead.
That's right, so dry your tears, boy. There's no need for all this moping about.
He has fallen into a dormant state. He has used up all of his aether. His core will gradually recharge as he draws upon the ambient aether. And in time...
Sorry, that's the wrong voice.
In time he shall awaken from his torpor. I shall tend to the child for now. As for these three, I should be glad to take them back to Ishgard in your stead. A most generous offer, my lord, but hardly necessary. After all, 'tis my duty to bring them to justice. Oh, yes, it was my duty. After everything I said to that young Inquisitor, I can't go back to Ishgard. Well, they'll toss me in a gaol and throw away the key if they don't kill me outright. So go to Edelshire and live in Hildy's gazebo. Someone ought to look after it while he's away, no? That doesn't sound all that bad, actually. Full glad I am to accept your offer. Yes. Excellent. Well, I suppose there's nothing for it but to wait until he comes back down. It's a most graceful strike, my love. You haven't lost your touch. Yeah. Hildebrand. He's something. I suppose there's nothing for it but to leave Grandsirs to Lord Godbert, and for me to see to Inspector Hildebrand's gazebo. I'd like to thank you for everything you've done. If you find yourself in Edelshire, come and see me. There are a few arrangements I need to make, but I can't imagine it'll take that long for me to settle in. Though. Thank you, my friend. Until we meet again. Back to Edelshire we shall go. Oh, sorry, wrong voice. It's amazing that voice ended up with Hildebrand. I freaking love it. I love everything about Hildebrand. It's so great. Helker. Looking back on the course I've run, it's hard not to think of the man I was and feel ashamed. Before I took on the case, I only left the capital a handful of times. The rubbish I believed, the facts I considered unassailable, very take me, what a fool I was. If I hadn't met you and the Inspector and Gigi, I would have never realized how much I'd come to hate my job. Nor would I have discovered how much more satisfying it was to seek the truth. The whole truth. One might say that getting labeled a heretic and having to flee Ishgard is the best thing that could have happened to me. After all, now that I feel free to start a new life here in Edelshire as a consulting inspector. Though. But enough of that. There's someone I'd like you to meet. Lord Godbert made some modifications, as you can see. His smaller size should allow him to absorb aether more effectively over time. We thought that if he were able to travel with you and share your grand adventures, that maybe that should hasten his reawakening. Though, of course. Thank you, my friend. I do hope our paths cross again someday. May the Fury bless you and keep you. Now we've got a little friend. Another one, I mean. I got lots of little friends. Ah. Yes. Hildebrand will return? Question mark. Of course, the answer is yes. That is where you are. Achievement unlocked. Okay, I believe we are now stuck where I have to do something. So time for words of the mother then. Before I do, let's just make sure we've taken care of everything. Hi there, Peter. Did you come to help Chloe? How can Chloe help you? Oh, this journal's all old and dusty, smelly. Chloe's really sorry, but Chloe wants to hear news stories. So I'll just give these old stories back to you, okay? Don't feel bad. Lots of people like to read old stories, too, like my Aunt Rowena. I thank you, and the world's getting along great. Welcome, Peter. Here to help me do Mephilia's work, I take it. Let's see how many smiles we can put on the children's faces today. This is all the crap I need right here. Okay, well, right. No, I'm not mounted. You need to do that, though. The geeky companion. Alright. Let's actually switch out. Take a look. It's not as good as what I have. Right, well, it's worth looking. We need that, for sure. Insufficient item level for the dancer. Let's go. Dravania, the Antitower. All right, let's go.
With you.
A path, no simple thing to create. Let us keep moving.
Away with you!
It's better than the bare bones thing. Thank you, Thancred. Oh, but literally, something down. Maybe they're so dense it has to be blinding. the way. What level am I now? I believe I am level 64, somewhere around there. PS5 Slim, I'm super happy with it. Awesome! Well, you got a better PS5 than I do, though. You got a PS5 Slim. I'm glad to hear it. Survive.
I have my pride.
Look at one of these guys. It's not easy being. Diamond bracelet of casting. Alright. No plans as I make you buy the stand now, and it's $30. Yeah. It's going to be annoying when the only real support they have for sound is the earbuds they're planning on making. I'm glad you're happy with your purchase. Like I said, you now have a better PS5 than I do. Bunny and bracelet of healing. And it's not as good as what I got. Okay. Oh, is that that way? There's other way then. The homunculus is about. BRB? Alright, cool. There are several homunculuses about. Homunculi? Yep, I'm on Christmas break, so I'll be streaming pretty much all week this week, and then a little bit next week. Go, stop dying, Tancred. All right, on to the next area.
that one. Thought I saw a treasure chest, but maybe not. Hidden door key, huh? Homunculi about. Yeah. Back? Welcome back. Letting your friends die. That's the one thing here is not supposed to do. Okay. This new area, Ziggy. What is it, family? Wild Heart Sleep is sealed off. That's not good. Do I watch a video guide before I do a dungeon? Nope. We just go straight on in and try to figure it out as we go. Generally does not work well. But we try it anyway, dang it. Figure it out as I go. Sometimes it's successful, usually it's not. Especially whenever you're going in with a whole bunch of NPCs and they can't explain what's supposed to happen. So you just figure it out. Got him. Alright. Treasure coffer it is. Onto the lower reaches we go. Alright. Wind up biking. It also helps that as a healer, like my jobs are not generally very difficult. Stay alive,
keep everyone else alive to do my jobs.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of variance there. Which is how I like it. Farewell, all witness. And the candles went upside down. I'm very Charlene into obsessive and useless details. The innermost sector, eh? Oh, the guard even for a minute. We found a centaur. Alright, let's forget this mimic problem. The habit of running and joker of aiming.
Why this?
The wind-up mages.
Away with you!
And get more things to attack.
Yeah, the door opened up.
Alright. Here we go. Cutscene. Oh, goodness. Little dolls, terrible dolls, with Ho-Ho. Famous song as well. At least it's not creepy. Now we have Uber Doll. Calcabrina. Imagine blinding the person who's already blind wouldn't want to do much, but of course it will. Attack. Welcome to the dollhouse. A lot of slapstick. Attack.
Focus. Release.
Not yet ready. Welcome to the dollhouse.
Away with you.
Got her. At least that isn't creepy. It's a dollish Voltron, I guess. Look. Yes, Kitty, I also love you. We are all loving each other. Unenrollable feeling. Okay, we took care of it. So maybe we can get a hold of Nymphilia, possibly?
Hear, feel, think.
Ah, Heidelin. Hello, Heidelin. I've been around you a lot. This is a good thing, yes? Maybe?
Through time and space hast thou journeyed unto me, as I knew thou wouldst. We are the word of the Mother. We, who were once called Minfilia. Much time hath passed for thee since the bloody banquet, since I hearkened to her word. Mother, Heidelin guided me towards Y'shtola and Thancred, that I might be swept up in their flow and delivered unto the ethereal sea. There, adrift and alone, her voice silent once more, I prayed for those we had lost, for those we can yet save. To her I would make an offering. We speak now with one voice, one will, one word. Unto thee we bequeath the most precious of gifts, the truth which lieth at the heart of this world.
Got the same Nymphilia. Your outfit looks a lot better over here.
Thus do we beseech thee once more. Hear, feel, think. Before there was life, in the depths of the ethereal sea, light and dark did once dwell as one.
Okay.
But the darkness coveted power, and the balance was broken. Thus was I forced to banish him unto the distant heavens, to forever remain apart, a moon bound. In sundering the star did we cry out, and the barriers twixt planes chanced to falter. Across 10 and 3 were we then divided, reflections of the source, each possessed of a shard. Zodiac longeth to be made whole. For his restoration, for his resurrection, his servants labor without cease. They seek to tear down the barriers which surround the source.
The Zodiac Braves.
Thus do they rejoice in their ardor, in your calamities, for each marks a rejoining. Seven times have they succeeded. 7 times hath the darkness grown stronger. 7 times have I failed.
That's not good.
The Ascians cannot be suffered to continue. This is my final. crystal's power is all but spent. With what remains, I will return you to the shore of the ethereal sea. Blessed children, go forth and seek. Seek.
Where are you going? Did you just explode? Well, that's the end of Minfilia, I guess. Now, the good news is we found her. Bad news is she exploded.
You've had another vision, haven't you?
Yes. I did.
Let us return to Master Matoya's cave. Everyone will wish to hear what you saw.
Well, you may not actually want to hear, but okay, let's go ahead.
She was just showing me a new dance that she learned.
Still in one piece, are we?
Well, I am, anyway.
Did you learn anything?
So Minfilia kind of exploded, and apparently 7 times Hydaelyn has failed to stop the darkness from growing, and, well, seems like we're kind of doomed.
The word of the mother? I'm not sure I understand.
Nor am I. Cryle?
As unbelievable as it sounds, I see no reason to doubt her. The word's tale. No one was more sensitive to the will of Hydaelyn than Minfilia, and if Hydaelyn has grown so weak that she can barely make herself heard, it is not hard to see why Minfilia, having joined with her, might struggle to maintain her own form.
What? Why would she need to maintain her own form? Are you saying she's gone?
Seems that way. I mean, she did kind of explode right in front of me.
But that cannot be! Not now. Not after all we have accomplished. We were meant to usher in the dawn's light together.
You don't always win.
She threw herself on the fire to fuel your dawn's light, boy. You'll just have to usher it in on your own.
Must you be so ungentle?
Tell me about the Scions, boy.
The scions of the Seventh Dawn lay before Eorzea's salvation. Whenever the realm is threatened, be it by Primal, Ascian, Garlean, or any other, we take up arms in her defense, that all in Eorzea may live to see a brighter tomorrow.
And that's very noble of you. But in chasing after these lofty goals of yours, you seem to have lost sight of some basic truths. To win a war, you must be willing to do whatever it takes. To fight, to kill, and if necessary, to die. The path you've chosen is paved with the dead. Walk it with your eyes open, or not at all.
I know the truth of which you speak, and have from the first. If the Ascians will go to any length to resurrect their god, then we must needs be as committed to our cause, to unmask them and their schemes, and to crush them both utterly. Come, there is much to be done.
Yes, of course.
Thancred, wait! No. No, this is all wrong.
Kind of how wars work. You lose. You lose a lot. Sorry, Alfino. She's not coming back to us, is she? She did what she thought was best. I know that. I do. To give all of her beliefs was ever her way. And so will we. Well, as we must. What greater calling could there be than to stand against the dark as defenders of the light? And yet, where does it end? The sacrifice? The loss? John's reached a decision. I must ask you not to breathe a word of this to any of the others of the Rising Stones, especially Philemon. I will brief Tataru on what we have learned, as well as Orianger. He must have insight into what the word told us. As for you, Peter, after all you've done, I say you've earned a rest. But speaking of well-earned rewards, I received a missive from Sir Amric while you were away. 'Twould seem he's planning a ceremony of some sort. I would like for you to attend. He did not divulge the details, preferring instead to explain in person. Mayhap you should pay him a visit. Wow. Hello, Temple Mate Guard. Master Curlin's Lord Commander left instructions you're to be shown inside. Yeah, let's go.
A pleasure to see you again, my friend. I take it you received our invitation. Good, good. You of all people should be present.
Present for what? What do you need?
When the true brothers of the faith seized control of the vault, I feared the worst. Yet in adversity were we blessed with the promise of peace between man and dragon through Vidofnir's timely rescue of an innocent child. Timely, I say, though miraculous or providential might better describe the event. The gods themselves could not have devised a more fitting symbol of hope. Needless to say, we could scarce let such an opportunity pass us by. Which is why I set about making formal arrangements for a peace conference between our peoples.
Excellent. That's good.
You and yours have done more to bring us together than any, and it is only right that you attend.
All right.
But I confess that is not the only reason I would be glad to have you there. Given Nidhogg's implacable opposition to the peace, it is possible that he and his followers may attempt to disrupt proceedings, in which event your presence would be a comfort to all in attendance.
Yeah, I was about to suggest Nidhogg probably is going to ruin everything.
Pray understand, I have no wish to invite the worm's ire. But if our fractured nation is to heal, if we are to move forward as a people united, then we must do whatever is necessary to bring about lasting change.
Are you all right?
'Tis nothing. 'Tis nothing. Lucia cautioned me against giving vent to my passions, lest my wounds reopen. It has not been easy reaching out to our opponents in Ishgard, many of whom sympathized with the actions of the true brothers. But in so doing, we have limited the influence of the zealots. The people are ready, my friend. This conference must go ahead.
Well, I don't know about that first statement, but the second one's obviously true.
I knew you would understand. The conference will take place on the border of Ishgardian and Dravanian territory in Falcon's Nest. Lucia is there seeing to the final preparations even as we speak. Pray join her at your earliest convenience. It would not do for the guest of honor to arrive late, after all.
Great.
Oh, and one more thing.
Yes?
A drink! We should make time for one. Once the conference is concluded, I mean. By my reckoning, 'tis long overdue.
All right, we'll probably never get that drink, but sure, let's promise it. Duh. And work at the congregation of our knights most petty. I'm to speak to Lucia at Falcon's Nest. Hey there, Lucia. What do you want to talk about? Lord Commander said you would come, Peter. Of course. How could I miss it? As you can see, preparations for the conference are proceeding apace. Mark well the curtain above. Oh? It conceals a relief that will be unveiled during the conference. The Masons labor day and night to see it finish on schedule. Sir Amric wanted a symbol that would endure long after this conference is concluded. I think he'll be pleased with the result. It was not my war, but it made it mine. And to see it draw closer to a resolution fills me with a strange hope. His faith is infectious, is it not? He certainly will. His certainty that we can be better than we are. Forgive me, I'm rambling. You must be tired of your journey. Go, rest, I will not keep you. Bon. As far as concerned, you seem to be looking for something to do. If you'd rather not take a rest, then why not take a walk around Falcon's Nest? Make your presence known to the people and so forth. In addition to those who have come from far and wide to attend the ceremony, you may meet Lords Artorial and Amalaean, who have graciously volunteered their services. They should be glad to see you. Now, if you'd excuse me, I must needs return to my duties. Hey there, Red Wolves. I'm glad to see the rumors are true. Well met, Master Krulens, and fear not. I have no intention of begging your aid with this and that. Everything appears to be in order. My only lingering concern is that one of the convictors may not have been informed of our plans. As I recall, Vidifnir may pass directly over their encampment. The last thing we need is a glory-seeking nobleman attempting to slay a Dravanian ambassador to a peace conference. It's actually really important. Somebody should probably tell them. Hey there, you low-born youth. Do you know when everything's set to begin? I wasn't sure how many might come, so I thought it best to come early and find a spot with a great view. When I heard Sir Amrit was planning to make a speech, I knew I couldn't miss it. I mean, that man risked his own neck to rescue those hostages. How often do we get heroes like that in this day and age? And he's more than a fighter, too. He's a thinker, he is. He's got plans to better our lives, to change things. And he'll do it, by the Fury. Me and my friends and family, we all believe he can. Very exciting, isn't it? Not just peace with the dragons, but with all them heretics besides. Don't misunderstand, we've all got a healthy fear of being bathed in dragonfire. That being said, the heretics did far more to hinder our efforts here in the past. So hearing that we are close to a reconciliation comes as a great relief. What say you, Artorial? Sorry. What say you, Artorial? How much has changed since we fought alongside each other in the vault. If you had told me then that we would soon be hosting a peace conference, I'd have thought you a naive fool. Yet, here we are, preparing to make that fantasy a reality. And here I am, laboring to make it so. But Artorial, if I may. Certainly, First Commander. How may I be of service? Some of the convictors are refusing to stand down. The majority are willing to do so, but a small party have instead pledged to engage any Dravanians bound for Falcon's Nest. Fury take me, they would defy Sir Amric's commands. If they dare attack a bladder from here. It will not come to that, but to see that it does not, we must needs hasten to their encampment. They should be far more reluctant to oppose us if were a Lord of House Fortemps present. Understand completely. Let us depart at once. But ere we do, I must ask, would you look after Amalaean while I'm away? As you know, he's never been an impulsive, changeable child, but recently he seems to have been suffering from a bout of melancholy. I thought to lift his spirits by having him assist with guard duty, a simple but honorable charge, unlikely to expose him to danger given the presence of so many knights. Alas, he's taken no interest, and I fear he may abandon his post in my absence. All I ask is that you keep an eye on him until I return, exhausting though that may be. Well, thank you, my friend. I promise we will not be long. Course complete. Amalaean is less than his useful, effervescent self. I'm rather busy at the moment, old boy, guarding this tavern, as it were. Oh, I see now. Toriel thought I might be derelict in my duties, eh? The nerve of my brother to question my dedication. But since you're here, mayhap I can put you to proper use. The wasteland beyond the walls must be kept safe. It wouldn't do for our esteemed guest to be devoured by wolves, Odo. Yet that is precisely what will happen if we do not cull the roaming packs. Your map, if I may. Right. There. Those are the points our scouts marked for patrol. I'll leave it to you, old boy. Come, Manoir. I must return to my rounds.
Oh dear, be careful, my lord.
Well, let's go kill us some wolves then, I guess. Well, took care of that. Time for the next one. Alright, well, that worked. And the report back to us still. In Malian. Whatever it means.
Peter Crowlitz, Wolf's Bane. It pleases me to inform you that I have completed my rounds, and all is well in Falcon's Nest. Oh, there was a grizzled fellow looking for you. You know, the one who made that arsonist confess. Clever, that.
You mean Thancred?
Thancred, was it? He was asking after you. Anyhow, once I noticed the garish weapons he was sporting, I deemed it a waste to leave him be. I dispatched him to an area I neglected to mark on your map. Yes, this one. If you hurry, he might still be here. He might still be there. Oh, you know what I mean. Shut it off, old boy. What? Very good.
Oh, fancy meeting you here, Peter. 'Twas fortunate I came when I did. These two would not fare well against the wolves on their own. The young lord wasted no time taking advantage of you, did he? And me, I suppose. Let us return to Falcon's Nest, then, and see what other thrilling tasks he may leave for us.
Manilian. And there they are, the pair of gallant heroes if ever I saw them. Comrades in arms, reunited at last. By yourself, the sacrifice, have you guaranteed the safety of many guests? On behalf of Ishgard, I thank you both. And with that, there's not left to do but enjoy our well-earned respite. He seems rather pleased with himself. Oh, and this should of course go without saying, but let's keep those last few favors between us, yes? Arturia would not understand. Right then, the first floors of these barracks have been converted into a tavern for the duration of the conference. Why don't we go and have something to eat? For once, a suggestion with which I agree. Go on ahead, Peter. I'll join you on. Yes, let's shall.
Welcome, welcome. Find yourself an empty seat and I'll be with you in a moment.
Thank you.
Cold out, isn't it? Here, a mug on the house. Let's get some colour back in them cheeks.
Yeah, if I was worried about that, I'd dress a little warmer. Actually, let's
Freed food will be a bit longer than usual. We've got a lot of hungry folk to feed, what with the conference and all. Oh, so many people with cause to celebrate. To think there could be peace in our time, after all them years of fighting. When I heard about the conference, I knew I had to come. I knew I had to be here, to do my bit. My husband, he died fighting the dragons, you see. And here we are, about to break bread with him.
I've got the worst headache. What wasn't that drink you gave?
You're right, Mother. You look tired. Reckon you could do with a good long rest? After all you've done, I'd say you've earned it. Sleep now. Sleep. Sleep and leave us to our affairs.
This was never your fight.
My son. They told me he walks in Alone's halls. Him and the rest of his unit.
They told me the same.
I expect they think it's comforting. Every time I come, I cry. I cannot bear to remember, but to forget would be 1,000 times worse. Yet that is what they would have us do. Accept this truth for the sake of peace. Bury the past and look to the future. But he was my future. My flesh and blood. My heart.
Is this it?
We're the only ones with the courage to oppose this madness. Cowards, a lot of them.
They think only of the prize, of the peace Sir Emmerich promises them. They know in their hearts it's a lie, but they go along with it anyway, desperate fools. But not I. Not I! I see the worm that killed my brother in my dreams every night, and I will not rest until he lies broken at my feet. Him and every last one of his accursed kin.
Revenge.
All this nonsense about Kings of Eld, as if I care what they did or didn't do, makes no difference to me and mine. Have the dragons sued for peace in 1,000 years? Are they bollocks? It's a bloody ruse is what it is, and Sir Emmerich and the rest of them bloody fallen for it.
But what can we do? They believe, and naught we can say will ever change their minds. Whether we like it or not, man and dragon will come together at Vulcan's Nest, and all will be forgiven. Forgiven and forgotten.
No. I will not let that happen. They will remember the true face of the enemy. I will show it to them. And we will rise up against them once more.
It's tough being the last person to die for a cause that's wrong.
This is no time for napping. Do you have your wits about you? Good. Come with me. We have a crisis on our hands.
All right.
Hear me, brothers and sisters. Do not be fooled by the honeyed words of the Dravarnians. The peace they promise is but a prelude to slaughter. Remember your husbands and wives never returned from war. Your children torn apart by fang and claw. All your loved ones shown no mercy. Does not your heart cry out for vengeance? Your blood boil at the injustice? Remember the face of your enemy, brothers and sisters. Remember it, and strike back!
You there! Don't just stand around gawping! Do something, man! Stop her!
Yes, my lord.
See here the true nature of the Highborn. With lies and deception they lead us to our doom. And dare we raise our voices in dissent? Death is our reward. This is the choice they have given us, brothers and sisters. Death by dragon's fang, or death by nobleman's command. Death to all we hold dear. I spit on your choices, noblemen! You will take no more from me! No more! No more!
What have you done?
I only did as you ordered, my lord.
Yeah, that's not good.
I gave no such order. I did not. I never meant for anyone to...
Yep, that's not good. I dare say they could not have played that any worse, given the First Commander and Lord Ariel are not here to take control of the situation. I spoke with the messenger, who said that they would be returning shortly, but until they do, not will be done. Lord Melian has retreated to the barracks and is refusing to speak to anyone. Therefore, it falls to us to ensure that order has been fully restored. Come, let us walk the streets and speak with the people. My wife and I fell while fleeing with the others at first. The Strikurgians tended to our bruises afterwards. Those mad fools have ruined everything, and for what? I had the rumors the young lord was a drunken fool. What imbecile thought it would be a good idea to let him have the run of Falcon's Nest? Well, I say him and Sir Amric take their bloody change and shout out their arses. I'll not be taking them with that rod again. Lovely. There were wrong to resort to violence, but when I heard her speak, her words were as a dagger in my heart. Who are we to decide that enough is enough? That their calls for justice can never be answered? Will this be the end of it? Will there be others like them, and their true brothers? I don't want to bear steel against my kinsmen ever again. I do not know if I ever can. Oh, man. Yeah, this is going pretty badly. Well, what say you? Yeah, everyone's kind of upset, as they should be. So the violence has passed, but the people are far from recovered. That is to be expected. For the moment, it appears that no innocents were harmed by the guards. The blame for all casualties can be placed squarely upon the protesters. Nevertheless, the people will not soon forget the image of a young lordling ordering the public execution of an unarmed protester, one whose words resonated with the hearts of many. After all, who among us has not lost loved ones? Lord Toriel and the First Commander should have returned by now. Well, to the tavern then. Our first order of business will be to speak to Lord Melian, and I somehow doubt that he has been moved in ilm since last we saw him. My apologies, Pieter. I bear full responsibility for this debacle. There'll be a time for that later. I, for one, am more concerned about picking up the pieces. What do we do now? According to intel reports, the protest was orchestrated by a young woman whom Lord Melian ordered shot. She and her conspirators infiltrated Falcon's Nest, posing as servants and guests. Several were taken alive, others resisted and were struck down. Still others took their own lives. Our forces suffered casualties as well, but by the grace of the Fury, no civilians were seriously injured. Still more remarkably, the ringleader yet lives, for the time being at least. The Strikurgians are doing what they can for her, but she may not live through the night. Given the impeccable timing, it is like the convictors who drew us away from the hamlet were in league with the protesters. Accordingly, we have detained them for questioning. I'll be sworn these villagers spent as much effort plotting the failure of this peace conference as we did in its success. While the mood of the hamlet is any indication, Theirs have been more than fruitful labors. In the wake of the protest, the people seem disillusioned. A lot of people are actually very unhappy with all of you. Spoke with them? I see. Sir Emmerich placed his trust in me. It will be difficult to explain what has happened here. Remember how far we have come, First Commander. The people's faith may be shaken, but we convinced them before, and we shall do so again. If we can but find a means to remind them, to show them once more the promise that change holds for all, that this tragedy too shall pass into the past. You must pray you're right. Nevertheless, for the time being, I have no choice but to suspend the peace conference, pending Sir Emmerich's final decision. Under the circumstances, I cannot leave Falcon's Nest, Peter. Will you deliver my report to the Lord Commander in my stead? Get up, Sir Melian. You're going with him. Go on without me. I was not asking. You will answer for your actions in person. Am I clear? Yes, my lord. Come, Honorwall. Your manservant is not here. In fact, I have not seen him for some time. Honorwall? Honorwall, I could have sworn he was... The servant has joined the other side, it seems.
Olowa! No, no! What have they done to you? Olowa! Olowa!
Is that you, my lord? You seem rather flustered.
Because of you, you imbecile! What in the seven hells happened to you?
My apologies. Some few of the guests expressed a wish to leave, and I implored them to stay. It would seem they took issue with my request.
Oh, gods forgive me. If I had only been more careful with my words.
Do not blame yourself, my lord. I know that you and your brother have Ishgard's best interests at heart. That poor woman. She lives in the past, clinging to the memories of the lost. But the future holds so much promise, so much joy. And you know that better than any.
Olowa?
Calm yourself. The boy will live. But it's imperative we get him inside and into the care of a Kairoujan without delay.
Kairoujan?
Oh, we were so close! Why does it all have to fall to pieces? Don't they want to live in peace? Don't they want to be happy? We all want the same thing! And still it falls to pieces! Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Someone, anyone, tell me, what was I supposed to do?
I'm not sure there was a right answer, actually. Let them speak is probably the best option.
Stop looking to others. You make your choice and you live with the consequences.
And what would you know about consequences? You who always know just what to say and just what to do. Your every deed is greeted with a round of applause.
You know nothing about me. I have fought tooth and nail for the people I hold dear. Done everything in my power to save them. And I have failed. Learn to live with it. I have.
Remember that time whenever you snapped and killed everyone? I remember. I may have overreacted, but it needed to be done. He was becoming hysterical. I understand the desire to look for reasons, for excuses, to convince yourself you had no choice, but the past is in the past. There's not to be gained from reliving your mistakes. I know this. I know this. But he... I have no desire to wait for the Lordling to emerge from his puddle of self-pity. We have important matters to attend to in Ishgard. Nope, that's the wrong way. You expect it, sir? Pray proceed. In we go. Oh, you know what? Let's not talk to Emmerich. Let's save here. We'll stop here for today, and then we'll pick it back up tomorrow morning. Have a great one.